Hello. Yes, sir. Welcome back. It's time for the toss of the second match of the day. It's going to be the Gymkhana Tigers versus the Garware club. Team Garware playing the first round robin league match of the tournament. On the other hand, CG Tigers have already 2 points in their kitty, having won the first match. And they will be looking to win this match as well and make their position very strong on the table. On the other hand, the Garware club will be looking to start off their campaign on a winning note. This is a very prestigious Gymkhana Premier League 2023. It's been quite a few years that Gymkhana has been organizing this event. But you got to say that this year, the Gymkhana Premier League is indeed organized on a much bigger scale. Yes, the Gymkhana Managing Committee is the backbone for this cricket committee. Special thanks to Ganesh Rai, the Honorary Joint Sports Secretary, and my dear friend Sandeep Darweshi, the Cricket Section Secretary, for indeed lining up such a fantastic event. The two umpires in all readiness. We are about to get onto the center pitch for the toss. Team Garware Club led by Nimesh Vora, the captain, and team CG Tigers led by Aryan Kapoor. Hello. Hello. Yes, sir, I have alongside me the in all readiness, the captain of a team Garware, that is Nimesh Bora, and Arya to lead the CG Tigers. Welcome, Nimesh. This is your very first match, and you will be looking at to start this campaign off on a winning note. You've won the toss, and what's your decision? Why? And what's the buzz in your camp at this stage?
Yeah, thank you very much. Basically, we feel that we are good in chasing, so that's the reason why we have opted for bowling first. And we have played here before, and we know how pitch works. So yes, and all the best to Chembur Tigers. All the best.
Yes, this is a fantastic tournament. The Mumbai Club Cricket, a total of 8 clubs in the fray, and this year this event is organized on a big scale, and this is a prestigious event for all the clubs, each and every club wanting to put its best foot forward and try and take this championship trophy back home.
Yeah, so basically we were defending champions. We won last year, and we are looking forward this year also. Importantly, this is a fantastic organization, a wonderful arena, what we can see, and a lot of efforts have been put in by the ground staff, by the Chembur committee, managing committee. Thank you so much for organizing this wonderful tournament.
Yes, here's wishing Garware Club the very best. May they have a good tournament. I have alongside me the captain of CG Tigers, Aryan Kapoor. Aryan, you all have already won the first match, so there will be some reasonable confidence going into this one to make your position that much more stronger, stable.
Yeah, that's true that we have to win this game as well to get into the semis. So we'll be playing our best 11 with the best fight, and we'll be putting a good fight to the defending champions as well.
So what's the kind of a bare minimum total that you guys are looking forward to?
At this wicket, anything about 2 would be a good total with our bowling unit, and we are pretty confident with the ball as well.
Thank you. Yes, that's it from the pre-match interview. Here's wishing both the teams the very best. The news from the center is that the Garware Club have won the toss. They are playing their very first match. They have decided to bowl first. Thank you. Join you with live action in the next 7 minutes.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS
Yes, a big thank you to the managing committee of the Chembur Gymkhana. The president, Mr. Shri Balkrishnan Wadwan, the general secretary, Shri Shyam Agarwal, advisor to the managing committee, Shri Surinder Sharma, the honorary joint secretary sports, Shri Ganesh Rai, the cricket secretary, Shri Sandeep Darveshi, who will be playing this match for team Chembur Gymkhana Tigers. Mr. Vinay Kapoor, the treasurer, Prasad Nerurkar, Ravi Nemade, Ashish Gadkari, the main committee members. A special thank you to the ground staff for really trying so hard and giving us good wickets. Ankush, Mr. Ankush and Mr. Shinde and Mr. Ganesh. A big thank you to Mr. Dev, the maintenance man, and the sports coordinator, Mr. Jinit Shirke as well. A big thank you to one and all. Indeed, the Chembur Gymkhana has done a swell job to get this fantastic event on its feet. This is a very prestigious event as far as club cricket in Mumbai is concerned. A lot of detailing and planning has gone into the organization of this event. So yes, indeed, Sandeep Darweshi and his team has done a fantastic job. We are into day number 3.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked. DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose.
Yes, so welcome back. All set for this wonderful second match to get underway. The defending champions, Team Garware, playing the first match of this tournament. Having won the toss, they have decided to bowl first. The captain, Nimesh Vora, mentioning that the team is better, well placed, chasing the target rather than setting the target. So it's going to be the opening pair of the Chembur Gymkhana Tigers to take first strike. It's an absolutely dry track. A few cracks really can be seen, but it is indeed a hard surface. But as you move further down in this match, maybe the cracks will slowly start to open up. A quality spinner can really do the trick on this testing surface. But because the surface is quite hard, the ball will nicely come onto the bat. The dimensions of the ground are loaded in favor of the batsman. This is indeed a smallish ground, a very, very quickish outfield, lush green ground, a beautiful ground in this part of Mumbai. Chembur Gymkhana, one of the iconic and historical gymkhanas in this part of the city. And indeed, Chembur Gymkhana is one of the most well-managed clubs, no doubt about it. A lot of professionalism into their approach, a lot of actual sportsmen in the scheme of things. Chembur Gymkhana once again hosting the Chembur Gymkhana Premier League, the Cgpl 2023, a total of 8 teams in the fray. We've got the CG Lions, the CG Tigers, Jolly Gymkhana, MIG, Garware, Jew Vilepala Gymkhana, the Malabar Hill Cricket Club, and one sponsor team, that is the DBS Bank. The CGPL 2023 being powered by the DBS Bank India, which is Asia's safest bank for the last 14 years since 2009. The Development Bank of Singapore Limited is a Singaporean multinational banking and financial services corporation spread all across India. The tagline for the DBS Bank is to live life more, bank less. That is their tagline. We had, for the opening function, we had Mr. Sudarshan Chari, the Executive Director of the DBS Bank, who himself is such a good endurance athlete, a long-distance swimmer, a long-distance runner, a good cricketer. We also had Mr. Sushant Shetty, the Senior Vice President at the DBS Bank, and Ms. Shweta Singh, the Executive Director, Retail Bank. A big thank you to DBS Bank for powering this event on behalf of Sandeep Darveshi and the whole Managing Committee of the Chembur Gymkhana. A big thank you to the other sponsors as well. The Nora Jewels, Divine Chairs, Smile Alliance, Total Diamond Factory, Ethos, Amrik Singh and Sons, PHI Dharma Clinic, and last but not the least, Bombay Delhi Transport. Team Garware led by Nimesh Vora, the defending champions. The wicket-keeper for Garware club is Dinesh Patel. The opening duo for the CG Tigers, Omkar Sakpal and Vikram Vyas. And to bowl from the far end with the new ball for the Garware, it's going to be Arish Mansoori. The stage is all set. The umpires having one final look at the things. पहला कदम उठाओ विमान से, पहला कदम उठाओ विमान से, सपनों की क्या मजाल के पूरे न हो. इसी शिद्दत से खेलना होगा, आत्मविश्वास के साथ आगे बढ़ना होगा. Both the teams in all readiness. Lights, camera, action, playtime. straight away into that business area, putting bat to ball off the mark straight away with a confident looking shot. Omkar off the mark with a single. A slightly oddish action as he approaches the bowling crease, but good technique, a good delivery stride, the way he loads himself and then unloads. Good technique. Difficult to pick this young man. Definitely one of the frontline bowlers for the Garware club. The man on strike for the first time today, it is Vikram Vyas. A stockily built man, the left-handed batsman to face Arish. थोड़ी सी दिशा से भटके, थोड़ी सी एक एक्स्ट्रा मूवमेंट मिलती हुई, एक हल्का हवा का झोंका भी इस वक्त लहराता हुआ इस मैदान पर। इसे नई गेंद के साथ शरारत करानी होगी। Right up there, a good looking extra cover drive off the mark with a stylish boundary. That will really do his confidence a world of good. That was a half volley, nicely put away. An effortless extra cover drive. That was in his range, was the half volley, nicely put away. Off to a confident start here. Yes, it is the USP of Arish to bowl a fuller length, not trying to bowl express pace, just making the ball land in the on the seam in the right areas. He's got good talent, a good young promising cricketer. आरिश ये हुनर का पौधा बहुत ही जल्द क्रिकेट का वट वृक्ष बनेगा। अच्छी गेंद, that's a probing line. Omkar goes fishing outside the off stump. Yes, at the start of the innings, to negate that new ball, you'll have to be more decisive with your footwork. It cannot be always stand and deliver. Very well bowled, definitely starting to strike his rhythm. Yeah, he is a rhythm bowler, no doubt about it. And in today's important game, Garware club will be looking for a good performance from this young man, Arishi. Team Garware are the defending champions. They'll have to set a benchmark. One of the better teams in the fray, no doubt about it. एक अग्नि परीक्षा से गुजरना होगा फिर से एक बार इस चैंपियनशिप ट्रॉफी को जीतने के लिए। What a classic shot! That is an absolute delight to watch. Playing it late, close to the body with a still head, everything right for Vikram, for the batsman there. Nicely done by Omkar. The scoreline at the end of the first over is 11 runs for the loss of no wickets. Not much room for error. In fact, hardly any room for error in this kind of a T20 format on this smallish ground. You have to be right on the money at all times. छोटी सी गलती और बड़ा खामियाजा भुगतना पड़ता है. A warm welcome to our dear friend Ganesh Rai, the Honorary Joint Secretary Sports. Samir Shah, left arm round the wicket. चट्टान जैसा अनुभव है समीर शाह के पास। Yes, both these opening batters trying to lay a solid foundation here. Still early days, lots and lots of cricket left to be played in this one. गेंदबाजी का भार संभाले हुए समीर शाह फार एंड की तरफ से। थोड़ी सी छोटी गेंद पुल किया था, लेकिन बहुत ही बढ़िया फील्डिंग मिड विकेट पर। गरवारे क्लब ये डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस है, उस लिहाज से आक्रामक रंग पेश करते हुए एक बेंचमार्क सेट करने की फिराक में होगी ये टीम। एक शानदार मैच होने की पूरी संभावना है, दो दिग्गज टीम्स आमने सामने। In the right area, that is what you would be calling landing the ball in the right area. More than the bowler, it was the wicketkeeper who was excited. दिनेश पटेल the wicketkeeper, एक जिंदा दिल खिलाड़ी है दिनेश पटेल, हरफन मौला खिलाड़ी, बहुत ही ज्यादा पैशनेट है अपनी गेम को लेकर। बट यस, वेल बोल्ड। और नई गेंद के साथ स्पिन गेंदबाजी करना अपने आप में एक बड़ी चुनौती होती है। बहरहाल एक अच्छी शुरुआत। क्योंकि बैकफुट पर जाके खेलना चाहता तो कोई गुंजाइश नहीं के रन ले, काफी डीप आए थे अपने विकेट में। हाफ वॉली को ड्राइव किया है, स्वीपर कवर्स में फील्डर मौजूद। एक रन की बढ़त, रन संख्या जा पहुंची है 13 रनों पर। एक अच्छी शुरुआत समीर शाह के लिए। चट्टान जैसा अनुभव है समीर के पास। अपनी टीम की एक बहुत ही अहम कड़ी है इस बॉलिंग ब्रिगेड की। चलिए, एक बहुत ही ज्यादा रिस्की रन लिया था। ऐसा रन लेना यानी कि कयामत को न्योता देने जैसा है। बट ऑल इज वेल दैट एंड्स वेल। बिल्कुल महफूज अपने घर वापस। अगर डायरेक्ट हिट लगती तो शायद ये मामला थोड़ा सा पेचीदा हो सकता था। अच्छी गेंद आमंत्रित किया था बल्लेबाज को कि बड़ा शॉट खेले। क्रॉस बैट के साथ खेला, वो गेंद गई डीप मिड विकेट के क्षेत्र में। एक सम्मानजनक ओवर समाप्त हुआ। At short mid off, it is Mohit Chaturvedi, one of the founder members of the MCC. Fifteen for no loss. At the end of 2 overs to continue, it's going to be Arish Mansoori. Omkar to face Arish. Wide-ish outside the off stump. Some late movement, trying to get some good shape on the ball. Yes, the key for Arish will be to make the ball land on the seam. It's not express pace, but he relies more on that swing movement. And for the ball to swing, he will have to try and bowl a fuller length. Yes, a good upcoming talent. He's indeed coming up the ranks at the Garware club, this young man Arish. Yeah, this is indeed a fantastic bunch of cricketers. And nicely driven, and that had a boundary written all over it. And that will really take his confidence skyrocketing. वाकई में ओमकार चेंबूर टाइगर्स के तरकश में वो विक्रमादित्य तीर है जिससे गरवारे को धाराशायी किया जा सकता है. बिल्कुल एक रुस्तम प्लेयर है ओमकार. अगर ये बंदा विकेट पे डटा रहा 10-12 ओवर्स तो काफी डैमेज कर जाएगा गरवारे को. उस पहले विकेट की खोज में टीम गरवारे, ये मैच टीम गरवारे बनाम टीम चेंबूर जिमखाना टाइगर्स, एक अच्छी साझेदारी पनपती हुई है दोनों ही बल्लेबाजों के बीच. दोनों ही अनुभवी बल्लेबाज है, अपनी टीम के फ्रंट लाइन प्लेयर्स है. उस लिहाज से कप्तान आर्यन कपूर ने काफी बड़ी जिम्मेवारी सौंपी है ये दोनों ही बल्लेबाजों को. अब तक काफी सूझबूझ के साथ खेला है, सही मायनों में अच्छी तरह से विकेट पे डटे हुए हैं और अपनी इस इनिंग्स को मार्ग प्रशस्त करते हुए. अच्छी गेंद और पंच किया बैकफुट पर, सीधा फील्डर के हाथों में. रन लेने की कोई गुंजाइश नहीं. दो वाकई में टॉप क्लास टीम्स आमने सामने है. This is really going to be a thrilling match. Maybe this match has got the potential to go right down to the wire. The ball keeping slightly low. The ball was in that channel outside the off stump. Omkar is looking to play that big innings. He is going by the book. At this point in time, he is treating the bowling on its merit. Quite the right thing to do. Yes, so when you're playing a T20 game, the idea is to just drop the good balls into the gap, play with soft hands, try and keep that strike rotating at most times. And whenever a loose delivery comes by, no matter what the match situation, you got to put it away. यही मूल मंत्र होता है T20 का. Indeed, Omkar is such a big value addition to Team CG Tigers. Nicely turned away around the corner. That is terrific batting, and that is good batsmanship. Playing late right under the nose, just turning the ball at the very last moment. We Indians are blessed with such a good wrist. 25 for no loss with that classic shot. No room for error. Not such a bad delivery, but still it had to go for a boundary. Because this ground is so small, this can be very, very cruel on the bowlers. 3 ओवर के बाद 26 रन बिना कोई नुकसान के। एक अच्छी साझेदारी पनपती हुई है दोनों ही बल्लेबाजों के बीच।
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank.
Samir Shah to continue. Yes, Sandeep Darweshi, the Chembo Gymkhana Sports Secretary who's playing this match, has burnt the midnight oil to get this tournament. On its feet, such a nice line. Not much of turn, a little bit of bounce. That ball must have landed on the seam. 26 for no loss. That's a very good line. Just a little over the head of the man in the deep. For a moment, we all had our heart in the mouth. That should have been up and over. At any stage while batting, if you employ half measures, that really could be fatal. Fortunately, no harm done. Just a single. 31. Starting to put the foot on the pedal here, Vikram Vyas. Trying to slightly accelerate. A good flourishing partnership. A decent starter for the CG Tigers, an important match. Will be looking to win this one and make their position on the table that much more stronger. On the other hand, they are up against the defending champions. Well bowled, well bowled. समीर शाह वाकई में अपने उस अनुभव का बहुत ही अच्छा इस्तेमाल करते हुए Yes, this is the big day. Wishing one and all a very, very happy Easter. Especially Mr. Robert. A very happy Easter. That's a miscute hit and yes, on his way back to the pavilion. Vikram Vyas turning the face of the bat just a little too early. As a result of which the ball flying away in the air off that outside dish edge. A good catch taken by Samir in his follow through. 11 balls, 17 with the help of 3 boundaries. He was starting to look good. He will be slightly cross with himself. The new man in Chetan Shetty. Samir Shah providing that first breakthrough for Team Garware, having won the toss, electing to bowl first. The match is in the balance at this stage. Could be anybody's game. Well poised. Yeah, this smallish innings from Vikram Vyas was punctuated with a few glorious shots. Unfortunately, he flattered to deceive. टीम गरवारे इस सीजी प्रीमियर लीग 2023 का अपना पहला लीग मैच खेलती हुई डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस है, उसे लिहाज से अपना आक्रामक रंग पेश करते हुए एक बेंचमार्क सेट करना ये उनकी मंशा होगी टीम गरवारे की। यंग टैलेंट और एक्सपीरियंस का एक अच्छा बैलेंस है टीम गरवारे में। ओमकार वाकई में सीजी टाइगर्स के लिए वो रीढ़ की हड्डी है, द बैकबोन ऑफ द टीम ओमकार। बुलंद हौसलों के साथ ये दोनों ही टीम्स ने खेलना होगा। द कैप्टन निमेश वोरा डेफिनेटली दैट वैक्सीन ऑफ पॉजिटिविटी फॉर टीम Garware, very experienced captain. He will have to keep that thinking cap on at all times. At this stage in the match, Omkar looking to go by the book. It's not looking to manufacture the shots that really aren't there. It's just suiting the bowling on its merit. Chetan Shetty, the new man in. Facing Arish. Arish is into his third over. पहली गेंद पर हल्के हाथों से पूरी तरह से सम्मान देते हुए इस गेंद को खेल दिया, क्योंकि हल्के हाथों से खेला था। काफी समय मिला दोनों ही बल्लेबाजों को कि उस सिंगल को बड़ी आसानी से ले। रन संख्या जा पहुंचती है 33 रनों पर। 33 रन एक विकेट के नुकसान पर। Very well bowled. There was an inside-ish edge into it. Yes, that was off the bat. Or else that would have been quite close. Much better with his line and length in this third over of his, Arish. This is just about the right kind of approach for a new batter. Playing sensibly, putting the good balls away into the gap, rotating the strike. Singles is the lifeline of limited overs cricket. What a smart shot. Just look at him. The way he picked up the length quite early, standing tall on his toes, just giving it the direction, a flick of the wrist. That was effortlessly done. That will really take his confidence skyrocketing with that boundary. 39 for 1, starting to look dangerous here, this kingpin batsman, Omkar. Growing in confidence, growing in stature, a bit of a misfield resulting in 3 extra runs being taken. Consecutive boundaries to the blade of Omkar takes the scoreline to 43 for 1 at the end of 5 overs. (43) at the end of 5 overs, 43 for 1. Yes, Parash, Samir Shah has really been tight. Nimesh Vora not wanting to make any changes in the bowling guard at this stage, is happy to stay the course with both these new ball bowlers. Very well bowled, watching the batsman step out, shorten the delivery of the length of the delivery. Well bowled, to 1 run added in the form of a leg by. The pressure slightly mounting here as far as Omkar is concerned. There is no need to panic at this stage. It's a decent start. Quite some cricket left to be played in this innings. Samir Shah is indeed bowling such a military line and length. Is making the ball land in that business area, asking questions of the batsman. Very, very well bowled. And nicely punched away. A man in that deep extra cover region. Very well bowled. 50 runs up on the board. There was a nick in it. Could not make his gloves move along with that deflection. Very well bowled. The moral victory to Samir Shah, but nothing to show in the wickets column. 51 for 1 at the end of 6 overs. Samir Shah, 3 overs, 17 runs, 1 wicket. And that could have been 3 overs, 13 runs, 2 wickets. But that deflection going away for a boundary. Nevertheless, you got to accept that this is such a fine spell by Samir Shah, that experienced bowler. Yes, a change in bowling guard from the Combox end. Arish being replaced with Salil being introduced into the attack. बॉलिंग में तब्दीली की है. सलील को आरिश के बदले उतारा है. कॉम्बॉक्स एंड की तरफ से गेंदबाजी करेंगे. स्ट्राइक पर है ओमकार. काफी क्रिकेट खेलना बाकी है। इस वक्त कुछ भी कहना यानी कि खतरे से खाली नहीं। Welcome back to the CGPL 2023, says Omkar to Salil. A terrific shot, such a clean strike. A shot on the length of his delivery, ideal line and length, slightly wideish. Not happy with that call from the umpire. One extra run added to the tally will take it to 56 for 1. He is indeed one of the lead bowlers for the Garware club. अपनी बॉलिंग ब्रिगेड का एक हुक्मी इक्का है सलील टीम गरवारे के लिए। चलिए, गेंद जरा भी खराब नहीं थी। इट वॉज सिंपली अ केस ऑफ सुपर बैट्समैनशिप। निहायत ही खूबसूरत शॉट। He gets his man. That is big fish in the net. This will have a big bearing on the result of this match. That really read from a length. गेंद उठी, रुक कर आई और जाल में फंसे। अपना विकेट खोया एक अच्छा योगदान करने के बाद। वो बहुत ही बड़ा विकेट था वाकई में। ओमकार का विकेट यानी बहुत ही बड़ा असर हो सकता है मैच में। अब ओमकार के स्थान पर स्वयं कप्तान उतरते हुए आर्यन कपूर। "25 balls, 32 runs to the blade of Omkar with the help of 6 boundaries." गेंद थोड़ी सी उठी और रुक कर भी आई, बाहरी किनारा लेकर बिल्कुल ऊपर गई। आसान सा कैच सलील के लिए। अपने पहले ओवर में हालांकि कुछ रन से दिए लेकिन बहुत ही बड़ा विकेट भी हासिल किया है। जस्ट व्हाट ही डॉक्टर ऑर्डर फॉर टीम गरवारे बिकॉज ओमकार वाज स्टार्टिंग टू लुक डेंजरस। 60 for 2. The new man in, the captain, Aryan Kapoor. Aryan is indeed a blockbuster player, a multifaceted player, a multi-dimensional player. A good talent and experience behind him. Yes, the captain, Aryan Kapoor, is indeed the heart and soul of Team CG Tigers. The faster one, a flatter trajectory delivery. He was really right up to it, offering the full face of the bat. Well flighted, well flighted. The finger has gone up. Atit walking onto the wicket to replace the captain. Not happy with the decision, but will have to take it in his stride. The scoreline reads 60 for 3 at the end of 7 overs. Coming into bowl now, Bakul Mistry from the Combox end. Change in bowling guard. Nice and easy run up. Good release of the ball, good delivery stride. He is definitely one of the frontline bowlers for Garware. This time slightly short in length and nicely just turning it around the corner. We'll have to be happy with just a single. The new man Atit on strike now. Yes, definitely both these batters will try and ensure that there is no further loss of wickets at this stage. They need to stay at the wicket and build a partnership. They need. Yes, that was a firm no quite early from Atit, quite the right thing to do. Very firm in his calling. Slower through the air, slightly short. Ample time for Atit to go on the back foot and just put that away into that gap. Off the mark with a single. That is exactly the kind of wicket that got out Omkar. Same kind of a delivery. That must have landed on a crack. The cracks are slowly but definitely starting to open. This is super bowling and damn good glove work by Dinesh Patel. They are indeed coming up with a good performance here, still early days. Only 2 runs given away off the first over. The slow bowlers are really doing the trick here for Garware. The slower you bowl through the air on this kind of a wicket, on this kind of a smallish ground, the more harder the batsman will have to work to put you away for runs. Slower to the air, bigger the challenge to put you away. Well flighted, nicely driven into the gap. Good bit of footwork. That is Paras. Samir Shah in the deep. The slow bowlers are very experienced and they are indeed bowling in the right areas. They are making the batsmen work hard. This is such good bowling. Putting the batters on the leash with his immaculate line and length. 63 for 3. Well flighted, well struck. A man in the deep. With that single, the scoreline reads 64 for 3. We are into the 9th over, the penultimate over before the drinks interval. Yes, Salil has definitely struck a good rhythm. Such a decent over comes to an end. 9 overs, 65 for 3. The last 2 overs have gone for only 5 runs. That is indeed well bowled. That was headed into the gap. A good lunging effort by the man at point area. There was some room on offer. The first delivery from Bakul in this over. Well fielded. Too short a delivery to pose any kind of a discomfort. Easily done, ample time for him to just turn it round the corner. 67 for 3. All the 3 bowlers, slow bowlers, have really been very, very tidy. They have looked good. What a strike there, full-blooded shot. And yes, such a good effort by Bakul in his follow-through. I hope he's not injured. Doesn't look like. A daring move to put his hand. Very short, very short. That should have been put away. Bakul fortunate that the loose delivery did not go for any runs. End of 10 overs, it is 70 for 3.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose. So we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose. So we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank.
That is indeed such a good bit of work by Rishin. Smart running between the wickets as well. 76 for 3. We are into the 11th over. Salil bowling from the far end. End of the over from Salil. The score at the end of 11 overs is 77 for 3. Managing to put the brakes on here. Team Garware winning the toss, opting to bowl first. Buckle to continue into his third over. Given away just 7 runs. That is into the gap. No need to run for that one. Just what the doctor ordered with that boundary of the blade of Chetan. The scoreline now reads 82 for 3. We'll have to continue in the same vein. That is well bowled. Bakul is indeed bowling such a good spell here. He's into his third over. A very good pick up and a flat throw. 83 at the end of 12 overs.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose. So we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank.
Salil to bowl his final over. The first 3 overs from him have gone for just 20 runs. Trying to just turn it away around the corner. We'll have to wait and watch for the umpire signal. Quite a right call in the end. 2 runs added in the form of wide runs. So welcome runs. Takes the scoreline to 85 for 3. walking into that shot, nicely shortening the length of the delivery, well bowled. Yes, sir, the slow bowlers have really controlled the middle overs. They have kept things tight here. And that is up and over. No chance whatsoever. That is just what the doctor ordered. He's starting to cut loose here, breaking the shackles with that boundary. The score on to now 94-3. This partnership is worth 30 runs. Once again up and over. Enough steam on it to go over the head of the man in the deep. Consecutive boundaries. Is starting to shift gears, putting the foot on the pedal. 94-3. Chetan now looking to play aggressively. Not afraid to flight the ball. 1 run added in the form of a bye. With that extra run, 95-3. We are into the 13th over. 2 balls to come from this over from Salil. A good partnership here by both these batters. But nicely done, a terrific shot. The 3rd boundary in this over. Salil is taking some stick in this last over of his. Both the batters have looked to up the ante. They have shifted gears. 99. With that boundary, the score 103, 100 runs up on the board for Team CG Tigers. That was nicely picked up, good cheeky shot, very well executed, just what the doctor ordered. This is just the kind of over that Team CG Tigers was looking to boost their morale. Team Garware will have to be slightly careful here. They need to be at the top of their game. Looking to break the shackles here, Team CG Tigers. (103-3) at the end of 13 overs. Change in bowling guard. Dhrumin Shah now being introduced. He is that seam bowler for the Garware club. The match is in the balance here, nicely poised. Could go either ways. Even Stevens at this stage. जो भी टीम निरंतर 40 ओवर्स अच्छा क्रिकेट खेलेगी, उस टीम के पास बड़ा मौका होगा इस मैच को जीतने का। गरवारे अपने टूर्नामेंट का पहला मैच खेलती हुई, दूसरी तरफ टीम चेंबूर जिमखाना टाइगर्स अपने इस कैंपेन का दूसरा मैच खेलती हुई। One oh four. What a terrific shot. That's a lusty blow. Yes, so both these batters are now playing with gay abandon. They are playing with so much of freedom now. The captain has given the license to both the batters to go for the kill now. गति में परिवर्तन किया, लूस गेंद, बड़ा खामियाजा भुगतना पड़ा, 4 रन्स मिले, 39 balls and 52 runs, unbeaten partnership. चौकों की बौछार होती हुई, the runs coming in thick and fast. It's raining boundaries here. That was such a swashbuckling uppercut, exquisite timing, and was traveling like a tracer bullet. Yes, sir, they are making their intentions absolutely clear. No longer the waiting game. They are on a rampage here. They are going all hammer and tongs. एक सौ 17 रन. That was well timed. That was as straight as an arrow. Nicely done. Runs coming in at such a fast clip here. 121 for 3 at the end of 14 overs. They will be targeting that 190 plus. 180 plus is the bare minimum that they are looking at. This is such a good flourishing partnership here by these two batsmen. They have really gone through some grit and determination, and now that they are relatively set, they are indeed cutting loose. This match is in the balance here. Slowly but surely the momentum starting to shift into the camp of the CG Tigers. The fortunes of this match are swinging from one team to the other. Difficult to predict the outcome. 121 for 3 at the end of 14 overs. 121 रन 3 विकेट के नुकसान पर 14 ओवर की समाप्ति के बाद. अब गेंदबाजी में उतारा है इस नाजुक मोड़ पर सोहिल शाह को. This will be a test of character for Sohil. Both the batters now looking to break the shackles. दोनों ही बल्लेबाज अपना आक्रामक रंग पेश करते हुए बिल्कुल विस्फोटक अंदाज में अब आगे बढ़ते हुए. थोड़ा trying to play a cheeky shot, trying to manufacture a shot that really wasn't there. In the bargain, losing his wicket. You miss, I hit. That is big fish in the net. बड़ी मछली जाल में फंसी है. महत्वपूर्ण विकेट अतीत पेविलियन में वापस आते हुए अपनी पहली ओवर में सोहिल के हाथ सफलता लगती हुई 33 रनों की इनिंग्स वहीं पर समाप्त होती हुई और उनके स्थान पर अब प्रशांत बल्लेबाजी करने के लिए उतरे हैं। एक बाहुबली प्लेयर है प्रशांत, वेरी पावरफुली बिल्ट, और जब टाइम करते हैं अपने शॉट्स को तो वो गेंद काफी लंबी जाती है। 121 रन 4 विकेट के नुकसान पर उस विकेट के चलते वापसी करती हुई यहां पर टीम गरवारे। The way this new man really launched himself into that shot was really extraordinary. Prashant, I mentioned that this man can really hit the ball a long way. This time really wasn't there in his range. In spite of that, he waited for the ball to come into his arc. A free flow of the bat with a cross bat. Nicely done. This is a terrific start. What a shot, man. This time straight down the ground. A hat-trick of sixers. A hat-trick of sixers, and Prasad is happy to go out and give that new ball. Yes, if this man stays at the wicket for another 15 minutes, he will have entertained the crowd big time. Yes, playing an absolute cameo. This is just the kind of impetus that was really required to this innings of Chembur Gymkhana Tigers. Just what the doctor ordered. This time a boundary. Prashant into his elements. In spite of picking up an early wicket, he was really taken to the cleaners. 141. At the end of 16, the final 24 balls to come. 24 गेंदानी शेष. ज्यादा से ज्यादा स्ट्राइक इस तरह के हालात में प्रशांत को देने होंगे. Fifteen overs. 141 for 4. 30 balls to come. The man on strike for the moment it is Chetan Shetty on strike. Yeah, the kind of mood that Prashant is in, Shetty will be looking to hand over the lion share of the strike to the rampaging Prashant. Rishin to bowl from the combox end. Starts with a dot ball. Rishin to Shetty. What a classic square cut. Getting into a good position, stand and deliver. Khade khade khela, static hand-eye coordination. That is the shot of a man in confidence. Man in good form. गति में परिवर्तन किया. अपनी रफ्तार से थोड़ा सा गिरफ्तार करना चाहता बल्लेबाज को. उससे स्लो डिलीवरी को बहुत ही जल्दी पिक किया, ड्राइव किया, सीधा फील्डर के हाथों में. देखिए ये सभी गेंदबाज गेंद को थोड़ा सा दूर रखना चाहेंगे. प्रशांत की रेंज में गेंद को नहीं डालेंगे, यही कोशिश होगी. चले सीधा वो फ्लाइंग थर्ड मैन के रीजन में वो कैच गया. 5 गेंदों का सामना करते हुए 20 रन बनाकर पेविलियन में वापस लौटे हैं प्रशांत. एंटरटेनिंग इनिंग्स, 2 छक्के और 2 चौके. अगर विकेट पे रुके रहते तो फिर जबरदस्त तरीके से इस बड़ी क्राउड को एंटरटेन कर जाते. You really can't blame somebody like Prashant to have tried to play that kind of a shot. A good cameo comes to an end from Prashant. Team Garware will be very happy to see the back of the powerful hitter Prashant. The new man Ronak. Ronak, the left-handed batsman, facing Rishin. The 16th over in progress. A nice catch taken by the captain Nimish. The ball was swirling in the air. Under pressure, a fine catch that had to be taken. He held on to it like dear life. That was the wicket of Prashant we were talking about. He was going all hammer and tongs. He was in a murderous mood. He played 4 balls, he scored 20 and got out to the 5th ball. That was a well-directed bouncer. It was supposed to be a surprise element, but nicely done. The ball flying away off the outside-ish edge. 4 runs being taken. Welcome runs, 150, 1 for 5. 150 plus on the board for the CG Tigers. Well and truly on the way towards posting a respectable tally. 16 overs, 151. Half the team back in the hut. चलिए अब आखिरी 24 गेंद आनी बाकी है और इन 24 गेंदों में कम से कम 40 रन बनाना चाहेंगे, कम से कम 40 रन आने वाले 24 गेंदों में, ताकि वो 190 का एक कंफर्ट जोन तय कर जाए ये टीम। इस तरह की बड़ी चैंपियनशिप को जीतने के लिए आपके पास चाह और राह दोनों का ही होना बिल्कुल अनिवार्य है। मैच को जीतने के लिए तरीके बदलने होंगे, इरादे नहीं। मजबूत इरादों से इस चैंपियनशिप को खेलना होगा। 8 अच्छी क्लब टीम्स आमने सामने, डिवाइडेड इनटू 2 ग्रुप्स, ग्रुप ए एंड ग्रुप बी। Each and every team gets to play a minimum of 3 round-robin league matches. This is the Cgpl 2023 Bakul Mistri. The final over from Bakul. मैच किस दिशा में जाएगी वो काफी हद तक आपके रवैये पे निर्भर करता है। चले 4 रन्स मिले। ये गेंद किसी भी मायने में खराब गेंद नहीं थी, अच्छी पोजीशन में आए, हैंड आई कोऑर्डिनेशन। ये बल्लेबाज शेट्टी अब बिल्कुल सेट हो चुका है, करीबन हर गेंद पर प्रहार करता हुआ यह बल्लेबाज। बढ़िया टाइमिंग, निहायत ही खूबसूरत शॉट, लेकिन वो गेंद सीधा फील्डर के पास ट्रैवल कर गई। 156 रन, 17वां ओवर मुकम्मल। लेफ्ट हैंडेड बैट्समैन स्ट्राइक पर, सामना करेंगे बकुल का। बकुल अपने स्पेल का आखिरी ओवर लेकर, टीम के लिए 17वां ओवर लेकर। सीजी टाइगर्स बनाम गरवारे। गरवारे अपने इस टूर्नामेंट का पहला मैच खेलती हुई, डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस। Yes, you just got to hold on to that element of self-confidence. Well bowled, very well bowled. Nicely done, beating the batsman in the flight. The wily old fox, Bakul Mistri. He's got so much of guile, intelligent bowler. Very short this time, a belter of a shot that had a boundary written all over it. He moves on to 45, Shetty. With that boundary, he moves on to 49. The team on to 165. "50 runs up on the board to Shetty. Chetan Shetty. 166 at the end of 17 overs. The team CG Tigers was 77 at the end of 70 at the end of 10 overs, and in the next 7 overs 96 runs have been added. So yes, post the drinks interval, the intent has been absolutely clear. The message from the captain has been quite clear, to put the foot on the pedal. Yes, the bare minimum that any team would want on this kind of a ground is 180, 190 plus. Mansoori comes back for his final over. He's gone for 33 runs in his first 3 overs. He has his back up against the wall here. He's got to bowl in the right areas. This is going to be a test of character for this youngish talent. What a shot there! High and handsome, up and away she goes, sailing into the stands. Just what the doctor ordered. This is fabulous batting. This is indeed such a stellar innings from the blade of Chetan Shetty. Chetan Shetty coming into his own, finding his bearings, finding his elements. He is scripting a story out here. This is such a smartly built up innings. He has exhibited his whole range of shots. इस मैदान के चारों तरफ अपनी रनों की रंगोली को सजाया है इस बल्लेबाज ने. शानदार बैटिंग. That is straight to Nimesh, the captain. Nimesh knows that the task is cut out for the batters of Garware. They are the defending champions. They have got good depth in their batting lineup, no doubt about it. But Team CG Tigers is also a bunch of good bowlers. So the second half really promises to be a very, very good one. So do not go away. Stay rooted to your seats. The next half is going to be an absolute cliffhanger of a second innings. 173 for 5. Chetan Shetty. That's a firm strike, a clean strike. We'll be happy to just take a single and hand over the strike back to the man in form, the man on a mission, Chetan Shetty. Chetan will be looking to try and hit each and every ball out of the park from here on. He's absolutely well set. He can... he's sighting this cricket ball as big as a football now. Change in pace. The ball has enough steam on it to go past the boundary line after ricocheting off the body of the fielder. Not such a good... not such a good shot to watch, but welcome runs. And never mind how they come, till the time they keep coming. Important runs. 178. Over that sixth score on to 184. 184. This is bread and butter stuff for the set batsman. This is easy meat. You bowl into his range, he will murder you all night. Yes, you got to keep the batsman guessing at all times. You got to have quite a few variations up your sleeve. Nimesh in the deep, just a single. End of the 18th over. 184 for 5. 12 balls, and yes, they are 185 for 5. They are well and truly on the way towards going past that magical 200 run mark.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose. So we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner.
Chetan was on to 24 of 26 balls. At that stage, he was going through the grind. He was all grit and determination. Just look at the way he has smartly built his innings. In the next 15 deliveries, he came up with 42 runs. That's the way he has paced his innings. A good learning lesson for any youngster watching this match. That even in a T20 game, there is some room for technique. There is some room to build an innings. You just got to apply your mind. There is a sense of urgency now in the camp of team CG Tigers. They are in an upbeat mood. On the other hand, in a slight spot of bother at this stage, it is team Garware. But still lots of cricket left to be played in this one. Still could go either ways. All that we want is a fantastic game of cricket. Samir Shah, that wonderful experienced bowler. Those 3 overs went for just 17 runs. What a shot. A carpet drive all along the ground, piercing the field in the deep. .189 for 5. A boundary of the very first delivery will put that extra pressure on the bowler. No. That first run needs to be sprinted for. A slight fumble in the deep, and maybe that second run could have been on the cards. 190 for 5. The left-handed batsman now on strike, that is Ronak. Ronak Dattari facing Samir Shah. This bowler has been quite impressive, Samir. He is definitely one of the key bowlers for Nimish. The kingpin bowler. On strike, Shetty. A stunning innings. He gets his man through with a shot a little early. That is bringing all his experience into play. The showstopper for the Chembur Gymkhana Tigers on his way back. He will come back to the pavilion amidst a standing ovation, and he deserves each and every accolade coming his way. A superb innings, nicely paced. 42 balls, 73 runs, punctuated with 11 boundaries and 2 towering sixes. He stayed at the wicket for 69 minutes. The new man in Yash Nerurkar, 191 for 6. Team Garware will be looking up to wind up this innings for less than 200. Hell lot of a difference between 199 and 200. That was nicely timed. Off the mark straight away with that single. 192 for 6. Last ball to come in this penultimate over. A total of 7 balls to come in the innings of the CG Tigers. Much required, just what the doctor ordered. 196. The final 6 balls to come, the final 6 balls. But will this score be enough? We'll have to wait and watch. No doubt that this is a good tally on the board. But as the captain rightly mentioned at the toss, that on this kind of a smallish ground, you never know what the kind of a total will be enough, especially when you're up against a champion team like the defending champions, the Garware club. The second half promises to be prime time drama. Prithvi Kothari now being brought into the attack for the first time. .200 runs up on the board. That is fantastic. 200 on board. That's a terrific effort. That cameo from Prashant really broke the shackles, and then the whole team was upbeat. He built up the momentum, and what a flourishing finish by Shetty. Consecutive boundaries to the new man, Yash Nerurkar. He will be happy with this kind of contribution. This is a total team effort. This is indeed a team effort. Yes, two of the best 50-plus cricketers at the Chembur Gymkhana, TK Krishnan and Ganesh Rai. What a shot, man. That is terrific batting. A lusty blow. Fetching that ball from outside the off stump, waiting for the ball to arrive. What a superb slog connection. That will really do his confidence such a world of good. 210 for 6. This are indeed important runs being added. The CG Tigers are well placed. 210, 3 more balls to come. Yash Nerurkar is providing that much required late flourish. Just what the doctor ordered for the CG Tigers. They are in the comfort zone. Definitely Team Garware have their backs up against the wall here. The batting lineup of Team Garware will be tested here. अग्नि परीक्षा से गुजरना होगा टीम गरवारे ने, इस बात पे कोई दो राय नहीं है. That will fly away. Not intentional, but welcome runs. स्वागत हार्य runs खाते में जुड़ते हुए. It's raining boundaries and sixers here. 214 for 6. The mood in the camp of CG Tigers is absolutely upbeat at this stage. But you never know what kind of a score is going to be enough on this smallish ground. A good batting track, a very fast outfield. He was looking to launch himself into that shot off the inner edge into the pads. Just a single added. The final ball to come. 215. The final ball will be played by Ronak Daftari. Ronak is on to 11 of just 6 balls, and he will be looking to clear the park. He will be looking to deposit the ball outside the boundary ropes, no doubt about it. The final ball. चलिए इस मैच को जीतने के लिए गरवारे ने 217 रन्स बनाने होंगे. 217 runs to win the match. A mountain to climb, but on this kind of a ground, I will not say that it's an impossible ask. especially taking into consideration the fact that Team Garware are the defending champions. They are one of the better teams in the fray. This promises to be a fantastic second half. This is your host and host, Nishad Kora, taking a very small break. Thank you.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DB... became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank.
Yes, sir. Welcome back. The second half of this final match getting underway. The CG Tigers versus the Garware club. The opening pair of Shainil and Shonil getting onto that center pitch. 217 runs to win the match. Shainil and Sohil. Two accomplished batters getting onto the wicket. Definitely a challenging target, but not an impossible one. Team Garware have good depth in their batting lineup. So yes, this promises to go right down to the wire. The key will be definitely as to how the top four batters bat for Team Garware. Remains to be seen how they go about things in the first power play. It's going to be Sohil to be the man on strike, and Shainil will be at the non-striking end. 217 runs to win the match. Will definitely be a test of character here for the batting team. This is the first match that Garware are playing in this Chembu Gymkhana Premier League. A total of 3 round-robin league matches to be played by every team. 8 teams in the fray. 2 teams from Chembu Gymkhana, the Garware Club, the Malabar Cricket Club, the Jew Villepala Gymkhana Club, the MIG Club. A total of 8 teams, including the principal sponsor team, the DBS Bank team. We are into day number 4. And then now we will be meeting over the next weekend, the Saturday, Sunday matches lined up. And yes, to open the proceedings from the far end for the CG Tigers, it's going to be Keshav Nagpal. Soil on strike. The umpire is just making sure that everything is in all readiness. All set for this exciting second half to get underway. Lights, action, camera, play time. That's a confident looking start. Just a look at the way he got into a good position, standing tall on his toes. That's a big confidence booster at the very start of the innings. Off the mark with a stylish boundary here. Soil Shah. Then to that extra cover region, one bounce crashing into the fence, making his intentions absolutely clear. Just trying to make a good use of the pace generated by this young man. And when you're bowling at that express pace, you got to land the ball in the right areas. This is such an exciting start here, making their intentions absolutely clear at the start of the innings. That is Team Garware. इस आक्रामक शुरुआत के चलते बिल्कुल गरवारे ने यलगार की पुकार दी है। चलिए अब स्ट्राइक पर पहली बार शैनिल सामना करेंगे केशव का। केशव नागपाल एक प्रॉमिसिंग यंगस्टर है, अच्छा स्टैमिना, अच्छा कोर स्ट्रेंथ। चले 4 रन्स मिले, कोई मौका नहीं। वो फर्स्ट स्लिप और गली के बीच से वो गेंद निकली, जैसे ही ये गेंद बगल से निकली 4 रन लिखे हुए थे उस शॉट पर। रन्स कमिंग इन थिक एंड फास्ट। आक्रामक रवैया इख्तियार किए हुए गरवारे क्लब डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस। ये दोनों ही बल्लेबाज के लिए आक्रामक खेलना उनकी फितरत में ही है। दिलचस्प शुरुआत, 13 रन्स बन चुके हैं पहले ही ओवर में। थोड़ा सा गति में परिवर्तन किया था, अच्छी फील्डिंग स्वीपर पॉइंट पर। ये दोनों ही बल्लेबाजों ने अपने खाते को चौके के साथ खोला है। 2 मंजे हुए बल्लेबाज। थोड़ी सी पटकी हुई गेंद और वेल डायरेक्टेड शॉर्ट पिच डिलीवरी। End of a slightly expensive over from Keshav. 14 for no loss at the end of the first over. 217 runs to win this match. और वाकई में इस इनिंग्स में अगर इम्पैक्ट क्रिएट करानी है तो अच्छी गेंदबाजी को, अच्छे क्षेत्र रक्षण की बैसाखी की जरूरत होगी। 100% एफर्ट लगाना होगा हर फील्डर ने। Each and every run saved could really be the difference between a victory and defeat. Still early days, lots of cricket left to be played in this innings. No doubt that this second half has got the potential to entertain the crowd here. Good viewership graph as far as watching this event live on YouTube is concerned. Once again, a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Cgpl 2023, day number 4, the second match of the day, the final match. This is the CG Tigers versus the Garware club. 217 to win this one. Ronak to bowl from the far end. Straight away a slow bowler being introduced. That had to be done. A belter of a shot, good piece of fielding, very nicely fielded. Well done, Atit. A 15 for no loss. That is high and handsome, up and away she goes. That is just what the doctor ordered. A Bahubali 6 off the blade of Sohil. A very experienced batter, one of the formidable opening batters here for Garware. A prolific run getter for the team over the last so many seasons. चट्टान जैसा अनुभव है इस बेहतरीन सक्षम बल्लेबाज के पास. बहुत ही अच्छी पोजीशन में आए, डाउन ऑन हिज नीज. हालांकि स्लॉग शॉट था लेकिन बहुत ही सटीक टाइमिंग थी. इक्कीस रन बिना कोई नुकसान के. बहुत ही बढ़िया गेंद, अच्छा सम्मान दिया. उस फ्रंट फुट को बहुत ही ज्यादा आगे प्लांट किया, स्पिन को किल किया. पटकी हुई गेंद, लूज गेंद थी, सही अंजाम तक पहुंचाया. दैट इज इनटू दैट टाइटल स्पॉन्सर बैनर. विद दैट बाउंड्री द स्कोर ऑन टू 25. ऑफ टू a mind-boggling start here, dream start. That's a boundary. Yes, Atit is a very attacking fielder, really charges onto the ball, picks up the ball and fires that flat throw in. Trying to manufacture a shot. He bites the dust, taking that walk back into the pavilion. The first wicket falling for the Garware club. Shenil back into the hut. That prized wicket into the kitty of Ronak Daftari. In comes to bat Prithvi at the crucial number 3 spot. Yeah, this batter is such a promising youngster. He's got good talent, good potential. The job is cut out for him. Shenil trying to attack from both ends. And in the bargain, losing his wicket. The first wicket falling for team Garware. 26 for 1 at the end of 2 overs. And to continue his spell, it's going to be Keshav. Keshav to continue. Now this man holds a very big key here, the man on strike, that is Sohil. Such a prolific run getter for Team Garware over the last so many years. He's got a huge experience behind him, the big match player has got a wonderful match temperament, and he will be looking to steady the rocking ship and take it over the finishing line. This is easy meet for somebody like Sohail, who is so very accomplished, who is so very seasoned, and who is so very well set. He is taking the fight to the enemy camp here. This is wonderful batting, a good rear guard action, and he's playing those proper cricketing shots. Nothing untidy in his batting. He is going by the book. Such good match temperament, a champion batsman. If he gets going, he will be a treat to watch. Nicely punched away, good timing, but straight to the man in the deep. Just a single added, 31 for 1. The new man in, Prithvi Kothari, to take a guard for the first time in this Cgpl 2023. He is one of the key players. This is the start of the campaign for Garware. Garware will be wanting their key players to be in reasonable form as they move towards the business area of this Cgpl 2023. बहुत ही आला शॉट, देखे कितने आत्मविश्वास से अपने उस शॉट को खेला है. तीनों ही बल्लेबाजों ने पहले गेंद पर करारा चौका लगाया है. टीम गरवारे के लिए वाकई में हुनर की कुबेर Prithvi Kothari. Standing tall on that one, just turning it round the corner. (36 for 1). The strike back with Sohail. सोहिल वाकई में अपनी टीम का एक रुस्तम प्लेयर है, बिल्कुल सेट हो चुका है और काफी अच्छे फॉर्म में नजर आता हुआ और सटीक तरीके से अपनी इस टीम की नैया पार लगाता हुआ सोहिल बड़ी शिद्दत से खेलते हुए. The team that is more desperate to win this match will have that brighter chance. Well bowled in a slightly awkward position, but just look at the way he stopped himself from going through with that shot. Good adjustment at the very last moment, well bowled as well. This is good cricket. This is a good contest between bat and ball. Difficult to predict the outcome. Good runs on board. Some pressure on Team Garware, no doubt about it. Such a good approach, such good attitude. मैच का नतीजा काफी हद तक आपके रवैये पे निर्भर होता है, तो उस लिहाज से आपकी बॉडी लैंग्वेज ने एनिमी कैंप में एक पैगाम पहुंचाना होता है that we are here and we indeed mean business. We are here to win the championship. The score at the end of 3 overs 37 for 1. 37 रन एक विकेट के नुकसान पर 3 ओवर की समाप्ति के बाद. बहुत ही शानदार रन रेट है. हालांकि एक सलामी बल्लेबाज पेविलियन का रुख कर चुका है. 37.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner.
That's the big wicket. That is indeed big fish in the net. बड़ी मछली जाल में फंसी, ठीक तरह से टाइम नहीं कर पाया अपने शॉट को. सॉफ्ट डिसमिसल अच्छे नजर आ रहे थे. Getting out against the tide, run of tide, he will be cross with himself. He will be disappointed. And yes, इस वक्त एक खुशी की लहर सीजी टाइगर्स के खेमे में. अब उनके स्थान पर जाते हुए ध्रुमिन, एक अच्छा योगदान, कट शॉट हुआ. Flattering to deceive here, Sohil. The new man in Drumin. 13 balls for his 26. But that will really not be enough, isn't it? He should have stayed at the wicket. He knows it. He is very experienced. And he will be disappointed. But yes, the team Garware will have to take that dismissal into their stride. They can indeed bat deep down the order. This is going to be a test of character, no doubt about it. बहुत ही बड़ा विकेट हासिल हुआ रौनक दफ्तरी को. No, no, no. He was on a hat-trick. That was a close call. The benefit of doubt will always fall in the lap of the batsman. Will not raise that finger until absolutely sure. The right way to do. Till the time the umpires are consistent with this kind of decisions, nobody will mind it. Well flighted, nicely driven into the gap. That had a boundary written all over it. No need to run for that one. Nicely leaning into the shot. Yes, all the players are opening their account with a boundary of the very first ball. All the four batters. That is indeed amazing. He's dropped it. Prashant नायक खलनायक बनते हुए. कैच छूटा, दिल टूटा. एक बहुत ही रोमांचक मोड पर यह मैच आज थमा हुआ. दिस इज अ गुड कॉन्टेस्ट. करारा मुकाबला. बैकफुट पर खेलना नई गेंद पर यानी कि खतरे को न्योता देने जैसा है. ये नई गेंद ज्यादा टर्न नहीं होगी, टप्पा खाकर स्कीड होगी अंदर की तरफ. तो उस लिहाज से अच्छे फ्रंट फुट पर डिसाइसिव फुटवर्क के साथ खेलना होगा. 41 for 2 at the end of 4 overs. 41 रन 2 विकेट के नुकसान पर. रौनक का वो स्पेल 2 ओवर्स 12 रन और 2 महत्वपूर्ण विकेट्स. एक अच्छी शुरुआत रौनक के लिए. रौनक को वो नई गेंद के साथ इंट्रोड्यूस करना वाकई में एक बहुत ही अच्छा मूव साबित होता हुआ. And he has indeed struck jackpot. Now this man really holds the key here. Keshav has gone for 25 runs of his first 2 overs. The man on strike, Prithvi. Well bowled and well played with soft hands, with a steady head. A good call as well. Now this will be a very key partnership here. Two of the best experienced batters at the wicket for team Garware. They need to make sure that they really do not lose any further wicket at this stage, at least for the next 4 overs. They need to build a partnership here. Nicely done. Very well played. Close to the body. Just look at his technique. He plays with a still head. Very nicely balanced at the time of executing the shots. Good transfer of weight. That transfer of weight while playing a aggressive shot is very important.
बोल गोल्डी हेलो बोल तुम किधर है मैं इधर ही हूँ क्या क्या कुछ कहा से क्या अरे नहीं किधर है तुम जिमखाना नहीं तो बाहर है किधर मैं अंदर ही हूँ यार इधर ही बैठा हूँ अच्छा अच्छा चलो आते ना उधर आ जाते चाय पीने के लिए आ जाओ पप्पू से इधर आ रहा पप्पू से हियर ऑन स्पीकर द होल वर्ल्ड यस यस ऑल वो सुन रहे हैं
That was meant to be a surprise element, that slightly ill-directed short pitch delivery, just helping it on its way. Nicely done, standing tall on his toes, sighting that ball very well, picking up the length of the delivery quite early. This man is such a big talent here, Prithvi. Can he come up with that big impact-creating innings here, Prithvi? All eyes on him. Prithvi is quite a tall man. He's got a big, good range. He really plants his front foot forward big time, nicely leaning into his shots. He's middling almost everything that is thrown at him. CG Tigers are playing with a good intent. They are exhibiting good body language. That wicket of Sohail really has given them that spring in the step. एक नई ऊर्जा के साथ अब आगे बढ़ते हुए सोहेल के उस बड़े विकेट के चलते नई ऊर्जा का संचार हुआ है और अब बिल्कुल हल्ला बोल करती हुई यहां पर सीजी टाइगर्स. रितेश कटियाल नए गेंदबाज. स्ट्राइक पर द्रुमीन. चेंबूर जिमखाना की 2 टीम्स ने इस टूर्नामेंट में हिस्सा लिया है. द चेंबूर जिमखाना लायंस एंड द चेंबूर जिमखाना टाइगर्स. टाइगर्स अप अगेंस्ट गरवारे. दिस इज डे नंबर 3. Not able to pick the gap. Katyal to Drumin. The same shot, the same result. Into the point fence, just what the doctor ordered. 4 precious runs added. Not such a bad delivery, but yes, he really put bat to ball and could really pick up the gap to a nicety. 50 runs on the board in quick time, 51 for 2. We are into the 6th over. Not too much of a concern as far as the run rate is concerned, but the figure 2 in the wickets column. That was a half chance for Ritesh. That will really go down in our books as a dropped opportunity. 52 for 2. 2 balls to come in this 6th over. The required run rate 11.51. Change in pace. Atit really charged in and the ball was always going to fall behind him. That was a very, very difficult proposition. He's got to be careful here. With that, couple the score on to 54 after 6 overs. 6 ओवर के बाद 54 रन 2 विकेट के नुकसान पर वो करंट रन रेट 9.00. थोड़ी चिंता का विषय यही है कि 2 विकेट्स गिरे हैं, लेकिन ये गरवारे की लाइनअप काफी स्टार स्टडेड है, काफी डेप्थ है उनके बैटिंग लाइनअप में, लेकिन अग्नि परीक्षा से गुजरना होगा, इस बात में कोई संदेह नहीं. ये अब कयामत की घड़ी आ चुकी है टीम गरवारे के लिए. हालांकि ये पहला मैच खेल रहे, डिफेंडिंग चैंपियन से अपने कैंपेन को एक जीत के साथ शुरू करना चाहेंगे. End of the power play. Just to compare, team CG Tigers were 51 for 2, 51 for 1. In comparison, this team is 54 for 2. CG Tigers were 51 for 1 at the end of 6 overs. A boundary of the first ball from Omkar. 58 for 2. $58 for 2. A good backup job done by Sandeep Darweshi. Good backup job by Sandeep. 59. Yes, Prasad on the sidelines is the most involved character. You cannot keep him away from the game. Omkar to bowl to Prithvi. This will be a good battle. Two talented players up against each other. Quite short and goes crashing into that point fence. That was too short and wide. Loose गेंद को सही अंजाम तक पहुंचाया. That had to be put away. 63. Straight to the captain, Aryan. That single takes the score line to 64 for 2. A change in bat. He's got 5 bats. He's got along 5 bats, is it? A change in bats for Drumin to face Omkar. 64 for 2. We are into the 7th over. What great timing. A change in bat does the trick there. Into the gap. Superbly played. 68 with that boundary. Up and over into the gap. That was in his range. (72) 72 for 2 at the end of 7 overs. 78 balls and 145 runs to win. The required run rate 11.15. 18 runs from that over of Omkar. Ronak Daftari to continue with his spell. Yeah, he's the only successful bowler for the CG Tigers till now. CG Tigers cannot afford to relax. They know that. You have to keep fighting till the very end. क्योंकि अगर आप गरवारे जैसी टीम को अगर उंगली दोगे तो हाथ पकड़ लेगी ये टीम. तो उस लिहाज से खबरदारी का इख्तियार करना होगा, लगे रहना होगा, शिद्दत से खेलना होगा. अब तक जिस तरह से पृथ्वी ने खेला है वाकई में एक निहायत ही खूबसूरत इनिंग्स खेलते हुए. He needs to continue. He needs to continue in the same vein. बिल्कुल मन बनाना होगा, आखिरी लम्हों तक विकेट पे डटे रहना होगा पृथ्वी ने. वो गेंद द्रुमिन की रेंज में थी, So you really cannot blame Drumin for having tried to play that kind of a shot. Not afraid to flight the ball. Daftari is looking to break the partnership. He's not at all bowling a containing line and length. He is going all out to purchase that wicket. In the bargain, he might go for a few runs, but that's the way to go about things. You got to bowl to take wickets. They have a cushion of 216 runs. So they can afford to experiment a little bit. They have put up a good score on the board. The ball is stopping and coming. And Drumin is the kind of a player who loves the ball to come onto the bat. He's got to concentrate. He's got to refocus. That is nicely done. A cross-batted shot. Good hand-eye coordination. How do you describe that kind of a shot? Not a shot from the coaching manual. A very productive shot. End of 8 overs, 77 runs. 5 runs of that over from Daftari. It's been brilliant. He's been the outstanding bowler for team CG Tigers till this point. End of 8 overs, 77 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. That's the story so far. 72 balls and 140 runs to win the match. The required run rate just a little less than 12 and over. Till the time it does not go up to more than 13 and over, I'm sure that this team, Garware, will not be too concerned. And in comes Prashant to bowl from the combox end. The man on strike, Prithvi. You got to play with a very strong will. You got to be very strong in the mind. That desperate desire to win the match at all costs. That ruthless approach needs to be exhibited here. What a catch by Atit. That is indeed the prized scalp. What a catch by Atit. On his way back, Prithvi. He was starting to look dangerous. Getting out at the wrong time. Flattering to deceive. In comes the impact player in place of Bakul Mistry, the new man in, Aryan. They have really played their card here, that impact player card. Whether this gamble pays them rich dividends, we'll have to wait and watch. Aryan Shah, definitely they will be looking to make use of that, of this impact player regulation. He's got a good range of shots. And when he times the ball indeed travels a long way. He's got that good potential. He'll have to put all his experience into play. Replacing Bakul Mistry. And Bakul Mistry can now no longer go on to the ground to bat. Opens his spell with a wicket, Prashant. just helping it on its way off the mark with a very nicely executed shot. All the batters are opening their account to a boundary with the very first ball that they are facing. Exact score is 81. This is extraordinary. ये सब काफी हद तक दारोमदार अब द्रुमिन के कंधों पर हाथ थमा हुआ है. द्रुमिन और ये इंपैक्ट प्लेयर आर्यन, कप्तान निमिष वोरा आने बाकी है. तो बेहतरीन टाइमिंग और बढ़िया फील्डिंग. Yash in the deep. That was well timed. 83 for 3. Right up there in the block hole. Atit is an absolute live wire in the field. He likes to attack the ball. Atit is like a cheetah on the prowl. It's going to be drinks after the next over. 84 for 3 at the end of 9 overs. 9 overs, 84 for 3. वो रिक्वायर्ड रन रेट अब 12 के ऊपर जा चुकी है. 12.09 ये रिक्वायर्ड रन रेट है टीम गरवारे के लिए. दिस इज नॉट स्टिल आउट ऑफ रीच. मौका बना हुआ है और लगे हुए जद्दोजहद करती हुई इस वक्त टीम गरवारे. 84 for 3. थोड़ा सा पक्ष भारी मैं कहूंगा टीम सीजी टाइगर्स का. हालांकि काफी क्रिकेट खेलना बाकी है. गेंदबाजी में उतरे वो टीम का सर्वोत्तम फील्डर अतीत अब गेंदबाजी करेंगे कॉम्बॉक्स एंड की तरफ से. Atit really loves to field in that deep mid-on region. He's a specialist mid-on fielder. With that boundary, the score on to 88. चलिए ये बड़ा विकेट है. इम्पैक्ट प्लेयर बिना कोई इम्पैक्ट क्रिएट किए पेविलियन में वापस आता हुआ. रौनक दफ्तरी ने वो कैच लिया. एक अच्छा योगदान किया है रौनक. ये इनिंग्स काफी अच्छी रही है अब तक रौनक के लिए. 2 विकेट से लिए, एक कैच लिया है. ही हैज बीन इन्वॉल्व्ड इन द थिक ऑफ थिंग्स. In comes the captain Nimish. The job is cut out for Nimish. They have their backs up against the wall. शिकंजा कसती हुई सीजी टाइगर्स. विक्रम व्यास के बदले अब इंपैक्ट प्लेयर अंदर आता हुआ टीम सीजी टाइगर्स के लिए. और वो इंपैक्ट प्लेयर है चेतन परब वो इम्पैक्ट प्लेयर विक्रम व्यास के स्थान पर। अब विक्रम व्यास इस मैच में आगे पार्टिसिपेट नहीं कर पाएंगे। यस इस तरह के T20 फॉर्मेट में, इस तरह के लंबे चैंपियनशिप में जब आप अच्छे फॉर्म में हो, यू गॉट टू मेक द बेस्ट आउट ऑफ इट. मेक hay while the sun shines. Do not ever gift away your wicket. Put a price on your wicket always. Atit. That is the captain. सभी बल्लेबाज अपने खाते को पहले गेंद पर चौका लगा रहे. ये तो अपने आप में एक बड़ा विक्रम है. जितने भी बल्लेबाज आए, यानी कि 6 बल्लेबाज आ चुके, 6 के 6 बल्लेबाजों ने पहली गेंद पर चौका लगाया है. ये अद्भुत है. Amazing. All the 6 batters opening the account with a boundary to the very first ball. Atit is their best outfielder. टीम सीजी टाइगर्स की वो पॉजिटिविटी की वैक्सीन है अतीत. Yes, the team Garware will have to keep floating in those clouds of positivity. Nicely done. What a superb shot on the rise through the line. Drumin. Drumin is that master blaster. He'll have to come up with a master class here. End of 10 overs, 97 for 4. Chile, we'll have the scores compared. Team CG Tigers was 70 at the end of 10 overs. And team Garware is 97. The only concern, the number of wickets having fallen. The figure 4 in the wickets column, that will be a slight worry. But yes, if this team can really bat to their potential, we have been made to understand that these defending champions Garware has indeed got some good depth in their batting order. So still this is headed for a thrilling finish here. It's going to be Prashant Nayak to bowl from the far end. It's a warm welcome to Mr. Tejinder Singh. Tejinder Singh ball. Mr. Tejinder Singh ball from the anti-terrorism squad. Prashant to Nimish. Subtle wrist work, opening the face at the last moment. That single nicely accomplished. Drumin on strike, 98 for 4. The required run rate exactly 12 and over. Into the gap, no need to run for that one. There was a room on offer. There is hardly any room for error. छोटी सी गलती और 4 रनों के साथ खामियाजा भुगतना पड़ता है, कभी कभी 6 रनों के साथ थोड़ी सी दिशा से भटके फलस्वरूप 4 रन्स मिले. रन संख्या 102 पर 100 runs up on the board for team Garware in good time. 102. Well bowled, very well bowled, shortening the length of the delivery. That was tossed up, slower to the air. That was in the range and nicely put away. No problems whatsoever. The second boundary in this innings for the relatively new man in, the captain Nimish. 107. Just turning it away around the corner, fetching it from the outside the off stump and dragging it into that square leg region. The score remains steady on 107. He was looking to launch himself into that big shot. Not such good timing. Just a little late on that one. End of 11 overs, 108. 108 रन 11 ओवर की समाप्ति के बाद. रिक्वायर्ड रन रेट 12.11. स्ट्राइक पर कप्तान निमिश और गेंदबाजी में अपने स्पेल बरकरार रखेंगे अतीत. इस मर्तबा फार एंड की तरफ से अब गेंदबाजी करेंगे.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner.
Into the gap, exquisite timing, that will run away. Very well played. Captain Cool, Nimish, has got to play a stellar role here if his team has to get anywhere near the winning post. Both these batters got to stay at the wicket till the very dying moments. काफी कुछ निर्भर है अब ये दोनों बल्लेबाजों पर. खराब गेंद न होने के बावजूद 4 रन्स मिले उस अच्छे शॉट के लिए. पटकी हुई गेंद थी. Strike back with Drumin. 113. Drumin is on to 37 of 25 balls. The man who is quite set now. Drops the catch. That was really traveling like a tracer bullet, but that should have been taken. ऐसे कैचेस तो बिल्कुल हाथ में बैठ जाते हैं. कैच छूटा, दिल रूठा, सपना टूटा. That was Ronak. That could have been his second catch. He judged it to a nicety, but could not hold on to the ball. The ball popping out of his hands. Not just a dropped catch, a 4 runs given away to Drumin. The first opportunity wherein he's missed out. He'll have to keep talking to himself. What a swashbuckling shot on the rise. That had a boundary written all over it in the bold letters. Can Drumin make the most out of the three opportunities that have been presented to him? Only time will tell. Definitely the keynote player. End of 12 overs, 121 for 4. The last over went for 13 runs. 121 रन 4 विकेट के नुकसान पर 12 ओवर की समाप्ति के बाद वो रिक्वायर्ड रन रेट अब 12 की हो चुकी है. करंट रन रेट 10.1. 121. That is Harakiri. How do I describe that dismissal? Very, very disappointing. They were on cruise mode. Just look at the comparison. Team CG Tigers was at this stage in the region of 83. This team, the batting team, Garware, is 121. Almost 38 plus runs they are ahead. But half the team now back in the hut. That really will be a concern here. In comes Rishin. Drumin and Rishin. They can bat deep, yes, no doubt about it. And off late, most of the club teams, they have got batsmen till the very end, almost till that number 10 position. Yes, and they have really, because they made use of that impact batsmen, they got one extra batter in their scheme of things. Yeah, it's a different story that the impact player could not get going. इस वक्त दफ्तरी मुसीबत का सबब बना हुआ टीम गरवारे के लिए. बिल्कुल सफल गेंदबाज, 3 विकेट से लिए है, एक कैच भी लिया है. तो उस लिहाज से इस वक्त वाकई में कहना होगा कि गरवारे के लिए दफ्तरी मुसीबत का सबब बना हुआ है. निमिष के उस विकेट के चलते वो जो उलझी हुई डोर थी वो और भी उलझ चुकी है. अब ये मामला और ज्यादा पेचीदा होता हुआ, थोड़ा सा और संगीन होता हुआ. आधी टीम रुक कर चुकी है पेविलियन का. बढ़िया टाइमिंग, जबरदस्त शॉट, वन ऑफ द बेटर शॉट्स ऑफ द डे. Down on his knees, just a fantastic free flow off the bat, exquisite timing, and picking up his spot to a nicety. He is playing an absolute blinder here. 126. He moves on to 49. (126 for 5). 2 more balls to come in this 13th over. No. The desperate cry from the camp of Garware is आगे खेल. आखिरी बड़ी उम्मीद की किरण द्रुमिन। And that will be the half century to Drumin. A 32 ball half century, well done. Yes, he's lived dangerously. He's got a few opportunities, but yes, he's playing a stellar innings here. सही मायनों में टीम गरवारे की नैया पार लगाता हुआ ये बल्लेबाज 11 boundaries in that innings of his. And just look at the way Atit attacks the ball. He's an absolute live wire in the field. Yes, indeed, one of the best outfielders in the tournament, Atit. Prashant Nayak to continue. एक बहुत ही आकर्षक कैमियो खेला था 20 रनों का प्रशांत ने। पहले 10 गेंदों में केवल 6 रन बनाए थे द्रुमिन ने और 22 गेंदों में फिर 44 रन बनाए। Most of the things that he did there was perfect. आखिरी वक्त पर गेंद हाथ से निकली। अच्छा प्रयास, well judged. Not a bad try. If would have taken that catch, that would have been a stunning catch. A white ball, but yes, the batsman was slightly beaten in the air. The match is in the balance here, nicely poised. They are way ahead in terms of runs and way behind in terms of wickets. Change in pace. That ball must have landed in one of that hot spots, maybe on the crack. 13.3, 130 for 5. Very well bowled. देखिए वो कैप सर से निकली और साइड में गिरी। अगर विकेटों पे गिरती वो कैप तो हिट विकेट होते। चले जबकि दो गेंद आनी बाकी है। रन संख्या 131 रन 5 विकेट के नुकसान पर। चलिए आपस में कुछ सलाह मशवरा करते हुए। He's in some kind of a discomfort there, Drumin. We do not know what it is all about, but he's coming back to the pavilion. It's not still clear as to what's happening out there. He's been hit. There is some blood oozing out. Yes, do we have Dr. Goldie around us? The new man is Dinesh, the wicketkeeper batsman Dinesh Patel. He's at the non-striking end. What a brilliant piece of fielding there by the captain. अच्छी फील्डिंग की बैसाखी मिलती हुई यहां पर टीम सीजी टाइगर्स को शत प्रतिशत एफर्ट लगाती हुई टीम सीजी टाइगर्स। दिनेश पटेल पहली बार इस टूर्नामेंट में। बिल्कुल एक कलरफुल कैरेक्टर बन के आए हैं। नेवी ब्लू हेलमेट, रेड टी शर्ट, ब्लैक एंड येलो ट्राउजर्स, नेवी ब्लू पैड कवर्स, व्हाइट ग्लव्स। चौदह ओवर के बाद 133 रन, 36 गेंदों में 84 रनों की दरकार। रन रेट, रिक्वायर्ड रन रेट 14.00। अब गेंदबाजी में उतरते हुए संदीप दरवेशी, the secretary of the cricket section. He has played a leading role in organizing this tournament. Alongside the honorary joins Secretary Sports Ganesh Rai and the whole team. This is not just about one or two organizers. The whole team needs to fall in place. And this is definitely good teamwork by the Chembur Gymkhana. Yes, it was decided before the match started that it will be 6 overs, 4 overs, 4 overs, and the last 6 overs from the very same end from where the first 6 overs had started. Sandeep Darweshi. He has been very meticulous in his planning. 84 to win of 36 balls. The required run rate exactly 14 and over. Will Dhrumin come back to bat is the big question. I'm sure that he will definitely come back. Nothing can stop Dhrumin from coming back to bat. In the meantime, both these batters need to make sure that that required run rate does not go up to more than 15 and over. Till the time it is 15 and over, Team Garware will feel that it is achievable. The moment it goes past that 15-run mark, then it really is some extra food for thought. Sandeep Darweshi, he loves his cricket. .133 for 5 after 14. Starts off with a good delivery. He likes to bowl those seam up deliveries. उनका सीम प्रेजेंटेशन काफी मायने रखेगा क्योंकि सीम पर पकड़कर केवल गेंदों को सही एरिया में लैंड कराना ये उनकी खास बात है. किसी भी तरह से कोई एक्स्ट्रा पेस नहीं देंगे बल्लेबाज को. जो भी बड़े रन्स बनाने हैं मेहनत करनी होगी. संदीप की तरफ से कोई एक्स्ट्रा पेस नहीं मिलेगी आपको. Till the time the boundaries and sixes dry up, The captain of CG Tigers will not be too worried. They have to stop the big runs. That's the big wicket. The pressure was mounting. Yes, I think administrators like Chembo Gymkhana really need to give it a thought whether you make that wearing of the helmet compulsory. I do a lot of commentary at the Goregaon Sports Club, and that is one of their main rules. It is absolutely paramount for any batsman to wear a helmet. Even if you are playing a spinner, that helmet is absolutely compulsory. We do not want to see any bloodshed because we have seen so many freak mishaps happening. So yes, you got to think of making that wearing of the helmet compulsory. 135 for 6. Starting to have a stranglehold on the match. A good start to the spell by Sandeep Darveshi. Yes, the mood is quite upbeat in the camp of team CG Tigers. They have really been quite purposeful. They have really been quite clinical. But yes, do Garware team have that approach to win this one? Off the outer edge, that will fly away. Not intentional, but welcome runs, important runs being added. Can they hold the nerve to take the fight to the enemy camp? Here is the big question for Team Garware. One more batsman is off the mark with the boundary of the first delivery. Except for Dinesh Patel, I think most of the batters have been off the mark with the boundary to the very first ball. And that has taken the height and not the distance. Atit will never drop those. Unfortunately, that ball going into the range of one of the best outfielders. He would have taken that catch even with closed eyes. He's not the one to miss out on those catches. Very focused in his fielding. Yes, for any fielder to excel, he has to love his fielding. And as a good fielder, you would be wanting each and every ball to come to you. Only then you can excel in your fielding department. You want each and every ball to come into your range. In comes Arish Mansoori, 7 wickets down. You have to be ruthless in your approach. आप इस तरह के मैच में जीत इतनी शिद्दत से चाहो कि पूरी कायनात जुट जाए आपको उस मंजिल तक ले जाने में. So that desperate and ruthless approach to win the match will really be that big factor. The new man in, Arish Mansoori, 139 for 7. Sandeep Darveshi off to such a dream start. 2 wickets in his very first over. Bowling in the right areas, seam up deliveries. Prashant Nayak will be bowling his last over. So far it's been 24 runs of his 3 overs. Prashant Nair.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how
And nicely taken. Wickets are falling like 9 pins. Pari bilkul ladkhada chuki hai. The pack is coming down. Wickets have really kept falling at regular intervals. That really has been the story for team Garware. The fall of wickets, 26, 37, 77, 88, 121, 131, 135, and 2 wickets are falling on that score of 139. That's the story so far. Dhumin was that final ray of hope on the horizon for team Garware. Unfortunately, a freakish mishap, and his back in the hut is getting some prompt attention. But that was such a wonderful innings, and it is most unfortunate that he does not get to bat further. The writing on the wall, well and truly on their way towards posting their consecutive victory. And if they win this match, they might have made their way into the semi-finals of this Chembu Gymkhana Premier League. Looking down the barrel of the gun, Team Garware in dire straits. What a shot! That was as straight as an arrow, piercing the man in the deep, just what the doctor ordered. Can Team Garware just gather that last ounce of fuel in their tank? Can they take the fight to the enemy camp? Still is the big question here. Can they hold their nerve to still make a match out of this one? That self-belief will be the key here. अपनी काबिलियत में विश्वास जताना होगा. Shortening the length. .145 for 8. Samir Shah, the new man, nicely timed into the gap. That is Atit. He's been the standout outfielder for the CG Lions, Atit. 146 for 8 with that single. Can they gather that last gallon of fuel? Is there any fuel in the reserve tank? There is. With that boundary, the score on to 150. 150 runs on the board. 150 for 8 after 16 overs. 24 गेंदों में 67 runs बनाने होंगे. 24 balls and 67 runs to win the match. 16.75 the required run rate. A mountain to climb. A Mount Everest to climb. Yes, the mood in the camp of team Garware has all of a sudden, they've gone quiet. After that superb over, once again all set to trouble the batsman here, Sandeep Darweshi, with his seam-up deliveries. Sandy with the number 1 jersey, bowling from the comb box end, the man on strike, the experienced Samir Shah. Up and over, Just what the doctor ordered. Team Garware will not go down without a fight. An effortless shot. This is what experience brings to the table. This is all about making use of your experience. Samir Shah has been in this kind of a tight situation on umpteen times in his career. So भली भांति जानते हैं कि किस तरह से अपनी इनिंग्स को सजाया जाए इस तरह के हालात में. शायद अब अभी थोड़ा सा रोमांच बरकरार है. टीम सीजी टाइगर्स कैनॉट अफोर्ड टू रिलैक्स, क्योंकि गरवारे की टीम को अगर आप उंगली दोगे तो हाथ पकड़ लेगी. तो उस लिहाज से बिल्कुल खबरदारी का इख्तियार करना होगा. दिस कैन बी अ क्रूअल गेम. अनिश्चितताओं का खेल है. इट्स अ गेम ऑफ ग्लोरियस अनसर्टनिटीज. अच्छी बल्लेबाजी करते हुए समीर. तो चलिए, वो पोटेंशियल तो है समीर के पास. अगर अपनी काबिलियत में विश्वास रखेंगे और अगर मन बनाएंगे कि इस मैच को आखिरी गेंद तक हम ले जाएंगे, तो अब भी ये मैच में दिलचस्पी फिर से एक बार उभर कर आ सकती है. ये गगनचुंबी शॉट, कोई मौका नहीं. चलिए, 4 रन्स मिले. रोमांच बरकरार. इस ओवर में कुछ रन्स प्राप्त हुए. ये गेम, क्रिकेट गेम ऐसा है कि आपको चंद ही मिनटों में अर्श से फर्श तक ले आ सकता है. दिस इज द ब्यूटी ऑफ द गेम. दिस इज सच अ ग्रेट लेवलर. ब्लिसफुल यूफोरिया टू अटर डिसमे द वेरी नेक्स्ट मोमेंट. Well ball, change in pace. Nicely leaning into that one. This young batsman Arish Mansoori is on to 13 of just 6 balls. Was it the final nail in the coffin? We got to wait and watch. You I hit, keeping things simple here. Drumin coming into bat. He's a very strong-willed character. He was playing a beautiful innings. Yes, always a piece of advice. You always got to keep your helmet on. Even in my playing days, I used to prefer not to play with the helmet, but with the experience, I started to wear that helmet towards the fag end of my career. And of late, especially when you are a senior cricketer, you're looking to play those amateur and semi-professional leagues, festival cricket, you got to make sure that you get your helmet on, because wearing a helmet will prolong your career. It's always safe to... Yes. Prevention is better than cure any day. 161 for 9. Can Drumin really be that shining savior? Can he be that saving grace? He comes back to play. 52 of 35 balls. सभी की निगाहें द्रुमिन पर बनी हुई. The last batting pair. Sandeep Darveshi, 3 wickets. He's just come into bowl and is leaving a big impression on the match. अच्छी छाप छोड़ते हुए संदीप. चल अतीत, क्या आप सोच सकते हैं? Can you believe your eyes that he dropped that catch of all the people? Starts off with a boundary. This is the 4th opportunity for Drumin. The score line is 165 for 9 at the end of 17 overs. 18 गेंदों में 52 रन्स बनाने. 18 balls, 52 runs to win the match. The last batting pair, strike देनी होगी द्रुमिन को. ऐसा न हो कि बल्लेबाज आउट और द्रुमिन जो कि अब बड़ा ब्रेव एफर्ट किया है, वापस बल्लेबाजी करने के लिए उतरे. You cannot leave him high and dry. If anybody can get out, it has to be Drumin. The man on strike, he cannot get out in this kind of a situation. All he needs to do is to pick up a single and give the strike back to Drumin. Just leave it to Drumin. अभी भी थोड़ा सा रोमांच बरकरार है. This match is not over yet. No doubt about it. पलटा बहुत ही ज्यादा भारी है, लेकिन ये छोटा सा ग्राउंड केवल 3 ओवर्स तक उस 12 रनों की रन रेट को बरकरार रखना होगा, 17 रनों के रिक्वायर्ड रन रेट को, लेकिन केवल 3 ओवर्स तक तो हो सकता है. ध्रुमिन अगर आज कुछ चमत्कारिक करे तो ये जीत अभी भी टीम गरवारे के लिए हो सकती है. Lion's share of the strike has to be taken by Drumin. The lion's share of the strike. अच्छी गेंद अतीत की. अतीत ने उस कैच को छोड़ा है तो भरपाई भी वही कर लेंगे. सत्रह 17 runs and 17 balls and 52 to win. 18.35. Change in pace. Dot ball. This man needs to put back to ball. Samir Shah. He's very experienced. Yes, he got a chance and he decided to go all out after it. A much required boundary. 15 गेंदों में 48 रन. 15 चेंडूंनी धावा पाहिजे ते 48. 48 to win of 15 balls. The strike back with Drumin. Whenever Drumin is at the striker's end, there is a certain buzz in the air. जब तक ध्रुमिन विकेट पे दिलचस्पी बरकरार रहेगी और ये आखिरी बैटिंग डुओ है. अगर इस मैच को डीप ले जाने में ये दोनों बल्लेबाज कामयाब होते हैं तो ये मैच आखिरी गेंद तक जा सकता है. They have to take this match deep now. It's all over. चलिए, अभिनंदन के पात्र बन चुकी है टीम सीजी टाइगर्स. अपना ये दूसरा मैच जीतकर अपना स्थान काफी पुख्ता किया है पॉइंट्स टेबल पर. शायद सेमीफाइनल्स की तरफ बड़ी तेजी से बढ़ती हुई टीम सीजी टाइगर्स. केवल एकमात्र टीम है जिन्होंने अपने दोनों ही मैचेस जीते हैं. तो अब तक केवल एक ही टीम ऐसी है जिन्होंने अपने दोनों ही मैचेस को जीता है. उस 100% विनिंग रेशियो को बरकरार रखा है. द पर्पल कैप नाउ गोस टू अतीत. क्या बात है. Yes, pleasantries will be exchanged by both the teams. Garware played some good cricket, no doubt about it, but gave away too many runs towards the end. It was clearly a case of 20 runs more. The moment team CG Tigers passed that 200 run mark, it was always going to be a difficult task for team Garware to get there. But yes, no doubt that team Garware is a very accomplished team. And now, yes, may I request both the captains to please come alongside me for this one last chat. Yes, I also request the captain of team CG Tigers. Aryan Kapoor. Yes, Aryan, congratulations with that terrific victory. Maybe just about you might have sealed your spot in the semis, or at least on the doorstep of that semi-final match. Super batting towards the end, and that 200 was in the end too good.
Our middle order batsmen played fantastic to give us the score that we posted. And definitely a special mention to Sandeep, who came in and took those 3 crucial wickets where the game turned. Altogether, it was a great game of cricket and we had fun.
Yes, any special preparation for the last round Robin League? Will you be experimenting a little, or you will go full strength in that last round Robin League match?
So we'll be definitely giving chances to players because we've qualified for sure. So we would like to experiment with our team and our level for the final game.
Congratulations, well played. Yes, I have with me Nimesh Vora. Nimesh, you all are the defending champions. You all are a bunch of fantastic cricketers. That initial flourish was there, but unfortunately that 200 run was too high a total to be chased down. You all are the defending champions. You all will have to bounce back. This will be a test of character for you.
Yeah, they definitely played well in the middle of overs. You know, our spinners did fabulous job in between, and we didn't play to our potential. Basically, our batsmen should have played better. Unfortunately, one team has to lose, one has to win, and they played superbly well. They did their job. Thanks.
Yes, the next match you'll have to pull up your socks. It's going to be a do or die situation.
Yes, definitely, we'll have to play well now in the next match.
Yes, so with this we come to the end of day number 3. Congratulations to team CG Tigers for winning this match hands down. A big thank you to one and all on behalf of the Chembur Gymkhana. This is your host and host Nishat Kora signing off for the day. Thank you, good night, take care, God bless.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple.
Yes, so we've got one more formality left to be done. We have to hand over that purple cap. And to do the honors of handing over the purple cap, may I request Mr. Nagpal to please step forward to hand over the purple cap. Yeah, 1 minute, yeah. वाकई में सीजी टाइगर्स के में खुशी की लहर है, और क्यों नहीं, बिल्कुल सेमीफाइनल्स के दरवाजे पर दस्तक दी है. दिस इज अ हैप्पी यूनिट. Yes, it's time to hand over the purple cap, and the purple cap has shifted heads. May I request Atit from the Chembur Gymkhana Tigers to please step forward, Atit, to collect the purple cap. 5 wickets in 2 matches. Yes, definitely important wickets he picked up, an absolute live wire in the field. And it is going to be Mr. Nagpal to hand over the purple cap. Atit. Yes, the purple cap now on the head of Atit. Congratulations, well done. Atit, You'll be more than happy with this purple cap. And yes, you were outstanding in the outfield. And that's a very, very important victory. You got to make a reasonable contribution. Will make you quite confident and happy.
No, definitely, this was a good match. They have a strong batting team, and they started off pretty well. So we thought that we just keep the ball in the right areas. We'll keep getting some wickets because the more pressure there on them, then the more chances of us getting wickets. Just kept the ball slightly away from them. Let them make the mistakes, and we got a few catches, couple of drops, something to learn from, but much better performance than last match. We had at least I think 18 wides. I think this time around we were only 2 or 3. Good improvement, and I think we can if you keep playing this, definitely have a good chance at the tournament.
So are you a batting all-rounder or a bowling all-rounder?
Whatever works on the day, I guess. But yeah, I'm more of a bowling all-rounder now. So yeah, looking forward to getting a little bit more wickets.
Thank you, congratulations, and wishing you all the very best. A big thank you to the Managing Committee of the Chembur Gymkhana, and a big special thank you to Mr. Ganesh Rai, the Honorary Joint Sports Secretary. Not to forget the man behind the show, the Secretary of the Cricket Section, that is Sandeep Darweshi. Thank you. This is your host and host Nishad Kora signing off. Take care. God bless. We connect with you the next Saturday. Thank you.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank.